Alrighty. So whatever direction is yeah. Why is that disabled? Fractions can essentially save limit. With fractions, so this is oh, that's one way to enable it. Okay. 2D offset with none. By default, when the root is above, denote here, fractions. The camera vector index defines the map plane full medium situation. This is normal flat plane to scene that's a constant refraction off of it. What is 2D? Alright. What's the difference between fixing normal offset? Action. Method. So, 2D offset versus in-depth. Just for small objects occur, for small items, locations. Off-screen, I have, yeah, let's just use 2D. I see. Yeah, we would need 2D offset. Okay. Hmm. So who am I switching this from? That should be saved on here. Okay, so okay, let's try this again. Still shows significant here, so why isn't it changing? So this is it for over here, so why can I not click anything? That's weird. Okay, model here, but then whenever I go to edit. Something weird. So that's Blaststone 3. So why in the... Oh, so it is like that. Okay, interesting. Alrighty, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, okay, sweet. Alrighty, hello. Yeah. What you work on here? Oh, just some VFX stuff. Yeah, I'm just adjusting the UVs real quick and stuff. But hey, at least this is going fine. You know, I applied and just the little things with it, so. But that's all so far, so I'm just working on VFX stuff. And also, just learning to navigate other things with Blender. Now, that's cool. Because I do know that you can create more than one UV map. In case you want to switch to the other one. Which I'm trying to remember. I mean, well, I do know Maya, but I know there's a way to do it in Blender. I'll have to look that up real quick. here. I guess I can mute this. Yeah, there we go. So I'm just looking over Blender's information stuff. So, okay, now it's not before. Create a second map. Which is partially to next line. Edit mode. So, should be here somewhere. Nope. Transform. Nope. Sync, view, image, save the copy. Nah, that's just printing out the UV thing template of this. I just need to create a new one. Nah. I don't think that would be it. Alright. Let's see if I can find another way. To create two nope. Not one I'm looking for either. No, there's all over here. So, okay. New UV channel. I guess we need to do that. UV channels. Okay, navigate to options. Okay, so somewhere there should be a plus button to do it. So, button. To reach the UV, Blender will need to navigate the object data properties to find the UV map section. Click the plus to add a UV map. Image. Add UV maps. Let's see. So, I'm sorry. Here. Maybe it's under here. The geometry. Here. We'll find it here. Nope. Nothing there. Nope, that would switch the thing. not showing the UVs. Editing. Mode, video port. Okay. Hello, Clipzoon. How's it going? Yeah, because I can select it here. What if I type something in here? No, it says no match found. Scale, textual. No. I'm doing fine. I'm just looking for in Blender right now. There is a way you can create a second UV map, so you can just use more than one UV maps on a single object. It's more like a UV channel. I know you can do it in Maya, but finding it in Blender to do that is questionable. So I'm just looking up some things. Movie channel. Okay, so this one's back in 2012. Alright. It's in the object and tab. We can add additional symbol. Alright, so it's like a tab. I don't see it around here. So that's zoom in and out. Nope. What I'm looking for. Oh, it could be around here actually. So let's see over here. For shield, no. Last modifier. Modifier here. So world scene. Do tool. Medium brush. So let's see. That is the material. So let's see around here. Physics, particle, nope. So the claims would be in the data here. Oh, wait. Found it. Alright, so now we have a new UV map, so now we can just bounce between here and bounce between here. So now, let me just target is this active one here, and we'll just call this, oh, we'll just call this UV map 02. We'll call this UV map 01. Alright, and then what we're going to do with this, A, and then I'm going to tell this to reset. We'll see if it actually works. Yep, okay, good, good. That's what I want. Alright, so UV unwrap, see what happens. Good, maybe, yeah, so I would have to keep it unwrap a circuit like that, so that would be fine. Because I know if you're using two different channels, you can flip back and forth. So the only thing over here, let's see. I'm just checking if there's any seams connecting here. I made a little circle hoop over here. So I can just turn off the shader here. And then UV clear seam. And then let's do A. And then we'll just check to see if we can get this to be straightened a little bit. These, let's see. If I do straighten, oh, that's not gonna do any. Nope, that's not what I want. Squares, magic UVs. Just a preview to see if I can scope of things how it would handle this. So it would do that. So what I could do is that in clip, I can shrink this down and then put this over here, so when it reaches up here, it would make sense. Or I could have it all, I mean, because if I ever shrink down in the thing, we'll just use that instead. And we're going to leave that as here. Because I go back to the shader, see what it looks like would be. Okay, so it looks something like this. Alright. Because when I switch to the other UV map, it'll be over here. Alright, save that for now. I'm gonna go back to the other ones real quick. Hide that one. Inevitably, correct. Something will be like this. So at the bottom, it will reach over here. So in order to make sense, it would be over here. That means it will be a straight line instead. You know, that got me to think about something else. If I have the UV set up like this, then with an image over here, I can just draw basically a straight line, make sure the seams meet together, and then it'll just go like this, most likely, like a stripe going down. Just realize that. And I would probably clear it that way instead of adjusting the UVs itself. Because there's many ways I could go for this, because with my little thing over here, so if the textures meets around to go back over here, then most likely the only thing that's going to happen is pretty much right over here. Meet up to each other, and then it'll most likely form this way, up and down. So if I want to do it that way, I could. And then it repeats like an infinite loop. Oh, I think I'm on with that. So yeah, we'll rewind this. Yeah, we don't have to edit anything. I just thought of like a better idea. So, no, let's not revert. Go. Yeah. So layout. Yes, I did. No, actually, I did remember using. Yeah, we're just gonna go into our file history real quick, and we'll just revert back to that. And then the only thing I'll have to redo is the textures, which is easy to do, because all I have to do is just paint and make sure everything mirrors up. So we'll pull up Clip Studio in a second. Clip Studio. And it's storming outside, so let's see how long the stream lasts. More options, and then... Well, at least in the future I know how to do second alternative UVs in case I needed VFX to go in a certain specific way. Because sometimes you may need to do that. Have different multiple UV sets. So you can tell which direction it is. But if I can do the thing like, well, I'll show you in a sec. So I can stop talking. Alright. I'm gonna revert to this. Properties, previous versions. Because I always have file history, so I don't have to do a bunch of save as. So this can just like recall like a different time. I summoned it. And then just like restore, and then it'll restore that version. There we go. So that means when I pull this up, yes, this is the one. Alright, we're good. And then we're just gonna go to Studio here. And we're gonna change screens. So, okay. Well, actually, since I'm mostly likely just going to be using my mouse. No, what? No, I'll just switch screens. I might use the pen. Should we source this here? And then Canvas Pro. There we go. So we're gonna clear all this off here. So I did some distortion like this. So it's likely possible that I could. Well, actually, this is still pretty much useful in a way if I wanted to do other things with it. Well, it has to be straight flat mesh in order to do that. Because if this was flat, hello Nightwolf, how's it going? So I'm staying alive. Great life at Altitude. How about you, man? I'm doing good. I am basically making some VFX stuff textures. But we don't, but I would have to just like reduce some of these how I thought I would have it, but then kind of realized something else. So I think this time I have to do just like a straight line if I want to do that. Because this can work if it was circular. So maybe I do need both. If I wanted to do something like this. So right now I'm just thinking how I'm doing this. Weather's been crazy, but lazy flood, stutters, and cold. It's like a surprise. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's just go back now. Let's see. So if this were Mother Nature curses everyone. Export here. Out. Export via restriction. So we're gonna rework on the distortion again. So since I'm doing this slightly different than the one I found on the tutorial, since I have like my UVs coming down like Let me go grab my pen here. It's more like coming down this things. It's more going down like this way. So the odds of this trying to be in the center, because if I wanted it in the center, then I would have unfolded the UVs like more circular, but I ended up making a grid. So this is completely invalid. So what we would have to do is since it's all square here, I need to tell it to go to this direction constantly. So this image can loop and loop and loop, causing the wavelength if I want to do it that way. Which I pretty much set it up to like that on that. And if I wanted to do if I wanted to fix it, I could either just create a second UV channel that's more circular like this, or I can just redo the textures here and have it make sure it's all seamless and just goes like here in this direction. In which case, I think I'm just, after thinking, we'll just redo the textures. Yeah. I know I keep saying stuff and like back and forth, that's just me thinking sometimes. Because there's different approaches when you're doing this. Because sometimes if you want your textures to, in VFX go a certain way, sometimes you do want to do the circular UV route, and sometimes you want to do both, and sometimes you just want to do a straight up grid. So yeah, let me get my thingies for this one. And we're gonna choose a ruler here. So if I want to do this, we'll have to enable snapping for this first. So let's see if that works now. Oh, no, I'm not adding a ruler. Because I'm having trying to tell it to go follow a different ruler. So anything happening goes here, we'll collide over here. So yeah, because we're going up and down for this one. So it has to be the vertical ruler, not the crosshair one, but the vertical. So I just gotta figure out. Because I know in Clip, if you have more than one ruler, it can be a little complicated to have the active and snap rulers just to follow many things. So this is still enabled in that. But because I just recently switched to that, so it's functioning to follow the wheel that I made up here. And I did check that all of these are already snapped to available snapping. Let me re-enable it again. Nope. Okay. So it has to something to do with this. Show only when target. Maybe. Show all layers, maybe. No. Guide link to ruler. Folder, show all layers. Okay, let me go take a look at this again. Go to the objects. Probably it's this button here. There's so many different buttons to enable just to make sure this the page is to a different ruler. Alright. There we go. Alright. And then we can turn this back on. And And then we're just have to figure out a way to recreate this, which is not that bad. I just need a base, and then just play around with it. I would say the only thing that's tricky is that I would have to tell this thing to like flip itself when it's ready. So, because I know you can offset and just basically flip textures in Clip Studio, so there's some things with that. And then we can just lower the opacity down. And then we can leave this as it is for now. And then we'll call this piece T1. And we can say here, and then we can do file, export. I'll just make one for now to see what it looks like, to see if I'm correct. And then jig. And then we'll say Lin. Alrighty. And then we'll switch the to user Huzzah. And then we'll go back here. And then we'll just have to re-import this. And what's great about if you're making this, you can make the simplest mesh shapes ever in VFX if you ever need to get like a certain specific plane shape to spawn. If you're ever using any meshes to create certain textures with, so they don't have to be like super detailed or anything. It's just that everything's all an illusion. And then with the materials, you can create some interesting functions. And then we'll just call this over here for now. File, save all. And then we'll see, and since we don't have this swirly thing, we're just going to have it disabled for now. And then we're going to switch this out to this thing first. Obviously, we're going to switch this texture out. I understand half of these words, but this is impressive. Okay. Yeah. But if you got any questions, let me know. But I'm also thinking too, so there's gonna be halftime I might be mumbling because I'm trying to like process while I'm working on this, because each approach is like you have to think before when you're constructing it technically. And just get there. Oh, yep. See. Okay. So as I was said, so it did create a circle over here. So this was just a test run to see where I need what it looks like on here. So whenever I'm using this, I'll have something like this going on, because all the textures just basically lining up and stuff like that. So if I ever want to panner this, we don't need that anymore. We would probably need something like how I did here. We'll just need a pen, and then append 1. And then we just need to tell it 1. Because I need to figure out which one's X, which one's Y. Maybe it's going too fast for spawn. Okay, how about this? I think something's moving over there. I just can't tell. Actually moving, or am I putting in the right place? It's fine. Oh! It's never plugged in. So everything should be fine. Unless it's seeking... Yeah, oh, I see it. Okay. It just wants... Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. We're getting somewhere now. Actually moves this side. I might keep it like that as one. So yeah, so here's what I'm talking about. So the textures I made in the morning where I was just playing around in Clip Studio Paint to create certain textures like that, and just using warps and vertex and that. My original thought I was that I was gonna do radial, but then I accidentally smashed my UVs into like a square. So what it did, and when I was using a debug texture reference, so now any texture that's linear and not like circular or anything, it won't, my UVs will only work if the textures are linear and just in its attempt to go down like this. Which henceforth eliminating the need for circle thing, because if I ever need to create a UV that's circular like this, with the shape of its folding, then this approach would work. But then if I'm just going to use meshes just to create something like this, then technically I do not need to do that, and I can just have it pull off like something like this. And this could possibly be used when a blast hits or something, or I want to distort something. So yeah, this is another thing. So Panner to create that looping animation. I'll work on this Frankenstein project. The storm happening. Because the coordinate just means like the textures UV coords. Sometimes Unreal creates its own second UV layout defaults automatically, but I don't usually use that. I just use the one that I made. So now what it's doing, so now it will just create this infinite loop thing. So if I ever want to do it, it can go faster, stuff like that. So yeah, it does work. It does work. I don't really think that I need to do anything with the sphere. Oh, it works with this default sphere too. That's fine. And then I can just go back over here. But I do wonder if my other meshes would work on here since I laid that out. Regarding to have options here. Okay, yeah, this one's clear. This one's doing what I wanted to do. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to make it that way in order to get something like this. Oh, do I have to remove my screen in order to share? I think so. You know what? I'm just gonna move my webcam. Yeah, let's move that right over here now. Yeah, so then, yeah. So now everyone see that. Over here. Alright, so I assume the rest of it will be fine. So that's just why I had it over here. Yeah, just. Alright. I think I'll adjust this just a little bit. It's a little bit too thick, I'll just say that. Maybe I could have some areas where it just decastalizes. Because what it does, it expands it at the end. So we'll have it something like that going on. And then we'll convert to stereo parameter. And then we'll call it speed x. We don't need that. Delete that. And delete that. So now this is turning something like that. Good. Save. Alrighty, and then we'll just head back to head back to this. And what we're gonna do now is that we're just gonna dim down the pressure here. Create something interesting here. I mean, in the center is free range, but at the end, the edge has to match up. So maybe we could have something like this. And maybe we'll create something out like that. So, file, export, and then JPEG. And now I'm just making the texture resolution level on here. Because I am... Oh wait, I can export this with half of the size of resolution. What am I saying? Can't do that. So yeah, we just need to keep it 100. But we're going to have to scale it down to 50%. So it's 1,000 pixels by 1,000. Because I don't think we need that kind of level of detail with this style here. I could bump it down to 512. Yeah, let's just do 512. So let's do 75 here. Oh no, 25, my bad. Okay, screw it. We'll just say 512, 512, because that's what I wanted to say. Alright. Export. That's fine. We don't need it to be that big on pixels. Alrighty, and then here. And then we can just remove this because we're not going to use this probably. I'm just going to probably more likely use this way. And then re-import. So we're now getting a little bit of a different shape here. So the only adjustments I want to have to make on that is just to clarify this section over here. Folder. We'll just say V1 here. And then we'll have to redo it first. Okay, keep that minimized. Here. Import. That, and then distort 2, and then we'll just recreate this of this one here. So we get some variety here. Oh, that one doesn't look that bad. That'll be something interesting to how this would play out. I can't tell that something's not that right. Where's this? Where's it can go? I thought it's where it can go. I'm gonna hold Control J on that one, so I can get some variants of this. And then we're just going to use the liquid tool. And I'm just going to see if we can mess with this. None of the other phones here. I think I'll take these two. 9x12, that's fine with that. Pixel quality. It's fine, this can be pixelated. I mean, we'll have to see, but I can always re-export. Because sometimes it's unnecessary to have like some kind of like 4K graphics all the time. Because it's not going to make any difference. Alright, then. Okay. And then we'll see how this plays out. File. Port. And then let's see. Okay, yeah, it's perfectly good. So, I'm gonna save this for now. And we're gonna head over to the other display. I'm gonna drag this to here, and then I should import. So now texture. I will just pave. I mean, this is going super slowly, so. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you can either. There's many ways you can do this. You can either use math to create all this without designing a image texture to create the illusion, or you could always use Substance Designer if you wanted to, which basically it's another form of math that is on Apple for you. But I personally just like to just create the image and then just do that. It's just way easier on me. But I do know that it's going like in this direction too, so let's see what the other texture looks like on here. Okay. Okay, these are interesting actually. These are way interesting. Okay. So we got something over there. Now as for this one, I think this was more like a test run to see how the screen tones will work out. We could still probably some sort of use for it. Maybe we come back for that later. But for now, I think I'm gonna leave this as the default for now. And in case I want to go back to the any one of those. So we have that going. And then we can always create an instance to adjust. So it's no biggie. So we'll leave this as a default, and then when we create the instance, we can just mess with it. Create a material instance. Well, let's see. So that's the parent, that's the texture. Should have a parameter available for speed X and that, so I can adjust it. I wonder where's the parameter for that. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's what I want to see. So, if I wanted to, I could just do one here and then just completely one here. See how it looks. So this will go like completely faster. I think we're gonna have it go down to 0.5 and then 0.5 for now. And then I can always reuse this many times and duplicate this. So that goes. I wonder how it looks like with the longer mesh. This will probably be better off if this was like an inferno or something. And it had like, if I'm going to use something long like this. Because this would be better if it's like has a flame dart already. Like, I'll have to make a separate texture for that. Yeah, the would be better. Most wisely. Likewise. And then we'll just close the instance material. We can close that now. Minimize that. And then minimize clip for now. We'll come back to that later. Yeah, but what do you all think so far? I mean, we're just only in the beginning things, the early things of this. We still have a long way to go. Okay. Save all. Because this must be like it's gonna be this is the one for the like the blasting once I figure out how to make that. There's some things going on. I'm gonna create a material. Nope. It should be here somewhere. It'll show up somewhere. Oh, it's right here. I don't want a preset. I just want to create scratch. Is a system or design a base? Oh, create an empty. Yep, that's fine. let's delete this one. Add emitter. Let's do a single loop particle on that one. It can be small. And then, well, is there a way or a mesh default? No. I guess we can change it in here, so that's fine. State system. Spawn. Mesh. Uniform. Initialize particle. Alrighty, and then there should be buttons somewhere to add it. Instead of a sprite render, if I want to, oh, there it is. Okay, I want a mesh render. So we're just gonna remove, and we're gonna call this the. Well, can we rename this? No, where's the way? Let me rename. Okay, acid. Let's rename emitter. There we go. Spawn mesh pulse. Call it spawn mesh pulse. And then let's see here. We're just gonna have to tell it to enable material to, I guess, or maybe we'll leave it here. Scalability, binding, sub-B. Now, sometimes there's always a reference that I'm making my own. Past. Let's see. Person. Nope. Right. So we're just gonna look into this one for a second or two. I made over here. Mesh render, meter state power on per unit. I need to see this reference. So just array elements right here. Ah, here we go. And then I just gotta find the one I made. And then we'll just use this for now because we just need to get this set up. So if I want to rotate this, spawn instantaneous. Base by velocity. Oh, perfect. By velocity. All right, we'll take it at that. And, oh, I see. I gotta. There we go. Somehow there's two of them. Unless that's just how it's spawning. Maybe that makes sense. Spawn burst. I just only need one at a time. Set direct. Oh, this is one. What is it getting to? Let's see. Okay, so this is one here. Authentication used. Yeah, this is one here. Just the. So whenever I initialize particle here, let me see its lifetime here. Color. Set. Okay, good. You can change colors with this. We'll just use yellow for now as reference. spawn time. Maybe 5 seconds. See what happens. Okay, 1. 2. Hello, Schmuckle. How's it going? Super. Oh, not much. I am just making VFX stuff here. Making some nice, cool stuff here. So I'm just adding stuff in the beginning to that. But the good thing is that I attached this flame thing, so I got this enabled and stuff. And it's hitting that. It's cool when you spin around. At one point it was longer, but then I shortened it because it kind of kept it like this aesthetics better. Still get some smokes around, but I'm not gonna have like anything distorting coming around with a fire flame in that because there's already a lot of things going on with this section. For probably when it blasts, yeah, definitely for distortion. But cool stuff right here. Flames and that. Around too as well. And yeah. Save all this information. We'll see how it looks like in here. Simulate. Whoa. Okay. What did I do? That's unintentional. Okay. It's like a scope or something. I swear I'm not opening a portal or something. Man, it looks like a portal or something. I'm just saying. Well, that was unintentional, but okay. The only thing I think I gotta admit, yeah, what I gotta need to do is to make it expand. So, let's see here. My internet's going down a little crazy a little bit. Alrighty. State. Velocity. Factor, and then let's see. Alert. Slope and curve. Okay. Then you can set a pre-template here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Question is, where is it? Okay, there it is. Okay. But still, I would need it as a 0. And maybe it's twice as bigger. That's fine. Save. We'll put it on infinite for now so we can see it. How it behaves. And then... I know this is like bouncing one of them, but what if it was so and where's the texture though? Global texture, there we go. I'm gonna change the texture to the other one here. See what it looks like. Probably would have better time with that one. The only thing I gotta get to make this one is to get it to somewhere. Time here. So that one's gonna go for way too fast. I think we don't want to leave this one, just certain adjustments. In order for this to there we go, there we go. Yes. I wonder, show... Okay. Oh god, no. Okay. So in order for that to work, It gives me an idea. This works by random over here. But this should be alert, actually. Oh, that's right. That only would work for. Maybe RGB would be cool on R. I'm just going to use for R only. And we're going to have something in between that's going to try to texture 2. And then this can be something else here. And then the alpha can control by random chances. And then we're going to have this. Let's see. Push that. Where is it? disable that. Go back over here. Then we're gonna throw in the screen tone in. And last time we did was R. And then the out. Here's that. See what happens. Oh. Maybe it did something, or maybe I'm not seeing it. Unless it's just, yeah, it's just combining them ish. Oh, I do see it. I do see it. Okay. So it's happening at random chances. Okay. So here's what I need to do over here. I'm going to get rid of this. And we're just going to call this, well, clamp 2. And then by default, that should be 5. Well, actually, the min should be 5. And then the max should be 1. We're good on that. It is going to be 0.25 to 1. Hello, Num XD. How's it going? We're just playing around with a little bit of VFX, or at least the early stuff of it. Doing good, doing good. And a couple days ago, I had to cancel the stream yesterday because it was super hot. Like the temperature was around the high 90s, and I just want to hydrate. And I didn't play Need for Speed for a while, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna play that. Yeah, it was hot because when I tried to step outside around like 2 p.m. in the on Tuesday, within 5 minutes I got dehydrated real fast. Unbearable. The one I think it's on sale for Steam right now, but it's the Heat one, but it's kind of like a I think that mechanic's a revisit to the Most Wanted one back in PS2. But they kind of have like a hybrid that only the cops would show up at nighttime. The heat, yeah, the Need for Speed heat. Here, I could show you. It was made in 2019. Yeah, this is the one that's on sale for like 90% off. This is this game. You're using Crystal Disk Info? I heard about that. Oh yeah, yeah, this game's good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Crystal Disk Info. It's right here. I used it before in the past. That was for the whenever you want to check your SSD health and HDD health. That's secondary great. Shocked me. Oh no, okay. I know I'm not using Crystal Disk Info for that. I am using for I think there's a different app for that. This is for HWinfo 64. Yeah, usually the only CPU gets like this hot over here. It's only when I'm like only running like other application like more applications and stuff, but the GPU temperature is fine, but I'm not sure there's any way to like control the I mean, is it possible? Well, this isn't. This is a locked. I think this could be a locked. Oh, let me see my thing, guys. I don't have like a letter or anything for. Yeah, there's no K or KF on here, so. Yeah, it's just i7 12700. So I don't know. I haven't found any apps that controls this the CPU electricity. Just a base CPU, pretty much. But it's totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah, the min was 34. That's only if it's not the computer's not being used on idle. But to be honest, how many applications am I running? I'm at 48%, so that's like I'm using 32 gigs right now. Well, actually 64 gigs. So just basically half of it. That's fine. Totally fine. I do know in Windows you can set it to high performance mode, but I just leave it to balance because it haven't I had there's not really a small difference to it. But I do know that if I'm like not using a computer at the moment, I could obviously hit sleep and stuff like that. But balance just seems fine to me. Damn, you making a portal? At first, it looks like it was a portal, but it was unintentional. I was just messing with the friends a little bit, and it just makes something like that. So I'd say this is like the early stage if like, well, play select a viewport. So I do have this like flame over there. So whenever she's ready to shoot that thing, maybe it could be something like that. I'm just taking a look at it for a little bit to see how it is. The optimization is fine with this. So, because I'm not like really spamming anything like too much. If I added like 5 and let the percentage transfers in, then it would be a little bit too much, but this is fine. Oh wait, what if I go through this? I'm curious now. Oh god. Everything's so the colors get wiped over here, but it gets distorted a little bit. The line art survives. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, you're right. It kind of looks like a portal there, so I'll keep that in mind if I want to recreate that. It's cool where you can spin around that thing. At one point, I had it like this way longer, the flame, and it just went from all the way up to like miles. Hilarious. And this should only be played once, but I have it on Infinite just to see how it will look like for a little bit because I'm just messing with how the materials texture will play out. And then just letting the particle random value kick in a little bit. Some clamping. And then there is one with the I can't speak now. Halftones. But then it randomly plays at a certain point. Yeah, but it looks good now that you provided some animation. Oh yeah, for sure. Because technically, I won't know if this actually works until if it if I ever set this up to like in a certain environment, of course, but also if it's being used with the character, because that's how you know if the VFX is working properly. Because otherwise, you're just guessing. But I did guess with the flame a little bit, but I made some adjustments to it after putting it on the character. And the best part of this, I could reuse some of this for whenever she does her little fight combo here. So we'll get to that soon, but I'm more focused on trying to see how having a blast over here. Because I had different shape for references that I'm using here. I'm currently using that one, but I could see what it would look like if it's on this dome here. And then I can just switch it out with the other one. So we're just messing with some VFX in the beginning. That's a good start when you're just playing around with technical stuff. Because you won't try to perfect it until it's like it's fun enough. Damn, more work to do. Yep, pretty much. We're only at the beginning. Yeah, and there was a couple times that I accidentally goofed up, but it's fine now. I had the texture set 1 point. It was a ring. Yeah, I use Clip Studio Paint. I don't use Substance Designer. But if I'm forced to, then yes. So I had it like this at one point, but then when I was editing the UVs, and I kind of realized, wait a minute, I don't have to make it look like this. It would be better if I do it, let's see, this way or something like this. So that it'll create like an infinite spiral loop with the seams and stuff. and then you get more drastic shapes with it. But theoretically, I could just program it all in Unreal. But you can there's another option you can take where you can just like use your hand paint tools in a raster software just to create your stuff, like Photoshop or Clip, and then you can just save time and get away with a lot of things. Oh, sweet, that still worked. I thought I removed that. Okay, that's fine. It's good. It's good. It's fair. It's fair. I have it in my rules, I think. Yeah, but that okay. So that's where you're doing my Discord. Oh god. Because I added that on a different link, but it was on a link tree. Yeah, so at some point when I do plan to make the textures for like a different fireball blast, so when I have the sphere and stuff. Well, I have to see how with that too, but I'm more focused on like the pulse of it when you initiate like start of it. Because I feel like some kind of like distortion would be cool. But originally when I was thinking about when doing this, it could have some ripples going on. It was going to be a sprite based on the tutorial, but I was like, you know what? I needed to see what it looks like on a mesh. So I chose a different route, so I'm getting like different results. And the only way to create that ripple effect, I would have to spam more of the mesh. But the problem is that I'm using translucent, and translucent can be expensive, so spamming that would probably cause, in long term, poor optimization. And you get something like Elden Ring. Have you perfected your character movement? The character movement. As in terms of animation, I would say I started in December, but I think I did pretty much some decent enough with some of the parts of the animation, but I'm always room for the improvement part. But in scope, I think I'll once I get back to the if I well eventually I'll do more animations in a bit in the future, but I'll do that in like a separate project. December, don't scare me like that. December 2024 is actually when I started, when I learned Blender Pose Library and stuff. And recently, I learned how to, well, technically, I know how to do modeling stuff in Maya before in the past. Well, most likely ZBrush, but I learned how to redo it all over again, but in Blender, just as a start with a simple shape. So there's that. Yeah, it's not completed until you're satisfied with it. It's a curse. Yes, it is a curse. I agree. But there's sometimes you gotta tell yourself that it's good enough. Otherwise, you're gonna be at it all fucking day. I mean, there was this one time when I had that one other animation. I think there was the other animation working on for Molly. I think that took like 5 or 6 hours, but on average, the animation takes around 2 to 3 hours to completely make. But that's only because I was like busting it with enough just to try to get the telling certain things to Blender not to flip out on. But overall, I've worked with limitations. Oh yeah, and also substole things too. Her eyelids does change, but it's very hard to notice unless it's like you go really closer at it. So if you sprint, then her eyes get a little bigger. Back down, and you stop, and her eyes will probably recede. There we go. It receded. So just slight details, because I do have it sometimes in certain art style. I mean, when my art style had is when the iris changes. Yeah, but the next thing we'll definitely do stuff that's like much more less well the scope lower down a bit, but much more Game of 5 next time. Man, I can't get over with this thing. It's like just covers the thing sometimes. It's a bit weird. Some crazy shit. Okay. And I forget what's my texture name? Oh, distort waves. Duh. That's what I'm making. Instance, and we'll just put it over there. See how it looks, and then we'll change it. I have so many tabs. My tabs. Drone. Let's see what it looks like on here. File, save all. Alright, let's see, since I have more width over here. Okay, it's a little bit better. You can actually see certain edges around it. Get more side over here. I wonder if I could change the shape. I mean, I could always swap multiple shapes here. But there's also the super cone one I made. Why not make another portal and stick it to the this one to the other side? True, true. Oh, I think you could see way much better with this over here, the dome too. The dome 3. I need to see that one more time. Dome 3. Alrighty, and then after switching that. I guess they work either way. And that way, the contact points would be the same unless you want the player to through one side. True. Now this, I think I can reserve this for like something else when the fireball comes out like this and it just like engulfs like flames around it, as almost like a meteor. So that one I could be used that for something else for that. Now 2 and 3 is debatable. 3 is much more like a slim, and then 2 is like a slight cut. Left or for the butt back now. I wonder, is there a way I can have more than one? There should be a way I can have more than one. Oh, same thing up here. I could always duplicate it and change it like that. That's another way I could do it. But then I'll be adding more instead of using the spawn rate over here. Oh wait, no, there's a way. There's a way. But I'm not really sure. Is it showing you? Oh, it is playing some of them like that, maybe. Nah, it's still using the other one. Go back over here. The other one's still there, or did I? Oh, yeah. Keep passing it. Okay, so that one's 2, that one's 3. I think the only thing I need to get this to connect to is to get them to connect to as a. Oh, let's see. Source code, particles, we'll keep them particle. What software are you using other than the Unreal Engine for this game? So the other software that I'm using is Clip Studio Paint, and I usually also use that just to draw and paint stuff like concept art or illustration, since I also do 2D art on there. And Blender I used, of course, but eventually I'll do be relearning how to sculpt, but in Blender, because I've sculpted ZBrush before in the past. And then that's for the 3D stuff there. And then, however, I'm still using Substance Painter though for the textures. Like if I need to paint on the 3D model for whatever reason, and do certain procedural stuff. Or I think those are like the 3 main softwares too. I know I used to do like Photoshop, Maya, then Substance, and Unreal. So 4 things, but now I guess now it's down to 3. Yeah. But yeah, if you ever watch Speedcare, I think that's how his YouTube channel is spelled. He was from ZBrush, but then he managed to convert his his skills into Blender. So he kept his hard skills, but he was learning how to use in this software in a different way, and he managed to create pretty much very good sculpt stuff still in Blender. So it's basically technically it's possible to save money with using Blender, but the only problem is that which learning curve you're comfortable with, but I feel like since Maxon removed the option for ZBrush to have a license to own it, because they're just throwing you the subscription, and they increased ZBrush subscription prices up to $50 per month, and for a year is around 250 to 300. So I'm like, that's not good. This not ZBrush would be pretty much good if you plan to most likely sculpt there like 90% there at the time. But if you hop into other softwares and just using it as a tool from time to time, then it would be a little bit annoying to buy a subscription and cancel it, and then you got to know how often you're going to spend on that software for a month. But then Blender does have some things, and they also have other alpha brushes that someone managed to figure out that you can. There's some brushes that were used in ZBrush, but some of it was recreated in Blender, and it behaves very similar. But the only thing the major difference about Blender ZBrush is that ZBrush gives you infinite level of detail, and you don't have to worry about the high poly low poly too much. But when Blender, you have to be sure if your low poly sculpt look good before you hit high detail, because once you hit high detail, there's no backwards button for that, because they don't have a dynamic level of detail, unless you could put it in a modifier, but the thing is the modifier doesn't make it real, so it's not really real high level detail. It's just basically putting the skin over to look like it's smooth. Going till 9 p.m. Let's see. I mean, I could always hold on. Let me pull up my thing here. Let me pull up my calendar. How long am I going up to? I am going up to 8:45 p.m. So yeah, we'll stream until 8:45 p.m. I just want to make sure if it's actually using two of these messages here. I don't think it's using all, but just one at a time. Yeah, it's just using one at a time. So we'll just remove one of them. What time is it right now? It's 7:56. So you got like 1 hour. But I played around with it in the morning, so since I didn't stream like 2 days ago, so I made some time because I had to explore around with this how I was going to go for it. I mean, this can be used as a impact here, and this can be used as a starting thing. So for now, I'll remove this one out of here. This can be used as an impact, so I can use that shit for that another time. So just close this one, close that one, because I got too many open. Alrighty. Well, I gotta keep developing stuff. It's morning here, so now gotta go. See you later. Alright, see you around, Num Num. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta wave him on Discord. Your name is Nutty. Wait. Stupid. Okay. Man with many names. There we go. Oh, someone's rating me. Jivo draws. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Sub to Jivo. Who is Jivo? Hello, hi. You gotta do it right now. As in like sub or look on YouTube. Okay. I'll look on YouTube. Let's see. Let me just pull it up real quick. Alrighty. Let's real quick. Who's Gyvo here? I'm not sure I got the right juice. Wait, I'm not sure which is the right Gyvo. Does anyone have like an @ handler for YouTube? Gyvo draws. Okay. Because I thought for a second, I know this is not the right Gyvo here. I don't know whose this Gyvo is. Alright, let's see if it's it. Oh, it is the right Gyvo. Okay. That's his second channel. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Sub 2, make art and stuff. Alrighty. So is this the right Gyvo? Alrighty. Here, I sub for now. I sub for now. I'll take a look at it later. Yeah, for now. Because I gotta take a look at it. What's today? But yeah, you got a subscriber, so that's good. No problem, no problem. Thanks for have a W stream. Yeah, will do. And we'll just make some cool stuff here. I do 3D and 2D stuff, so if you want to check that out, just give it here. So if you want to see my other stuff, just check out my social media over here. As I mentioned, 3D, 2D stuff, where I do a mixture of illustration, concept art stuff, and Unreal Engine stuff too. Because most likely for Unreal Engine stuff, I'm using my what I graduate for college, which is interactive design and gaming development, which is cool and stuff. And I'm in the middle of early working on this VFX here, which it's not anything for now, but it will be something. Still looks like another portal to that other internet. And then you got some combos here and stuff. Oh my, so plenty of time for more. I've been putting more time into your art advice. You were right about finding some more time to slots within the day, so thank you. Oh my, I left my ass off. Yeah, I know, this is a lot of people. I'm not used to so many people here. But yeah, I do some interesting stuff. Me yelling for worked once. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, so where was I with this one? Oh yes, okay. So here. Oh yeah, I don't mind if anyone asking questions or anything. So if you got any Q&As or anything, feel free. I do like to talk about things too. Or if you just have any questions about finding time management and stuff, I'm all in for that, and also anything to help feedback or improve. Which I do got a Discord though, if you want to hop in that. Fireball here. So where is the fireball? Okay, so we're gonna use copy. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna paste this one. Update. Then spawn right emitter state. should be somewhere around here where I did add a certain color here that I need to turn off. Not this one, of course, but another one, so it doesn't interfere. Go up here to see if I can find it. Ah, there you are. I think the next one over here will be in some missiles. Here, curse with color. Here, I just want to see gold. Okay, so we're gonna add some mystic color. Yes, sorry. And as an example, we're just gonna see what looks like it's one. How does it look like over here? Okay, so it raises over there. Oh, wait. Alrighty, interesting. See how that looks over here. I mean, I can see it's beaming too much over there, so that's only because one is playing out over here, so if I decided to hold and spawning spawning in here, then we can probably see the shape much more clearly. Spawn probability. We'll just set that to 0 for now. And oh, I see how it is. Okay. So what's it doing? We're not spawn rating here. We'll keep that to 2, and then we'll just temporarily hide it. See. Yeah, I guess there's a little bit too much in this up here. So we'll just have to keep it 1. And let's see. So that's the Monster Death on YouTube. I thought I expressed a message to you too. Oh, that's fine. But hello, DC Kid 13. How's it going? LOL. Yeah, that was a lot of people. So that was just randomly sudden. So yeah, meanwhile I'm just critically thinking here of like my early VFX stuff over here when doing a pulse. This is my past name. Oh, it's you. Oh, yes. Yeah, Nightwolf? Okay. Now I'll follow. No, I'll follow you there too. Oh, did I pin something? I think I did. Oh, I did. This message is already pinned. How do I unpin? Here, I'll pin this one instead. Unpin after 20 minutes. Okay, sure. I didn't know I could pin things. That was an accident. Cool. Yeah, that was a lot of people. I was not prepared for that. I wondered if people. Oh, okay. Guess it was a raid, pretty much follow and just leave, and that's it. I mean, there was other times I got raided like over 7 people there. Yeah, it's just for 3D. It's just that I wouldn't need more concentration to sometimes do 3D or something technical like this because it requires more brain to think on this. But anywho, oh yeah, yeah, finding the right time slots is for sure. No matter where I put the brightness here. Let's see. I'm gonna do add instead. Oh, I plugged in the wrong one. Okay. Plug in this one. And then let's see if we can. It's either add or multiply to get the the color in here. Oh no, I think I see it. Just variable. Okay, I do one. Oh, there we go. You just see it. It's like mushing it a little bit. So what if I do another random here? Command. Now, if I could... Ah. Hmm. If I could... So the thing is that it is mixing other V's around here, so... Say if I put down, I was like 1 here and 5. And then we go check the alpha here. And then I wonder how is this actually working these two together. Is it actually switching them, or it's probably not, so I have to think of other ways here. Because more or less it's trying to combine these. If we multiply this over here, this is... Oh, much better, much better. So multiply does it better. Okay. So I'm using it as a flame as just to see as a reference over here to see how the colors go. But I may have like something else as like probably blue or something. If it's spawn rate. No problem. We'll see how it simulates. Oh, I see. It fires that all at once. Maybe I should disable the spawn rate. I think I'll leave it to 0 to there because in case if I'm a parameter. So we'll call in this min. And just to keep organized, I'm going to start putting notations. Color. I think the next thing I might mess with is world position offset. What's the max? Wait, what did I do? Oh, where's this go again? Ooh, wait, do that again. Okay, do that again. Okay, so it did it once. It's random anyways. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere with this. we'll only have one enabled on this one. But for now, I'm going to set it to infinite again as a debug. Let's see what's going on here. No, what if this go faster a little bit? Max speed to 2. See what 2 does. So, what if the lifetime spawn 1 count, spawn time 0? Okay, so what if the lifetime was set to 1? So, which one of those? Okay, what if it's at 2 seconds? Let's see. 1.5. Let's try 1.5. I didn't like when it was going a little bit quicker like that. How's it in the corner? No, I think after when I do WP, the precision. No, I have like a texture for that actually. Wait, no. World. I have an. What would happen if I plug this in? Because I know I made a bunch of that before. There we go. I gotta see what happened with this thing jitters. So nothing yet. Oh, I'm seeing something. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Max speed. What is it? 5. The animation of that effect is sick. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just testing its behavior when it moves. See where it goes. So this will be like the initial beginning of it when it fires. And I did it. This was a happy accident, but I ended up making like some kind of like a little portal thing. But I'm allowing it to let that happen just cause when you're about to like launch like a fire thing, kind of almost like you're shooting out laser, almost like how Kamehameha is kind of like uses racial energy where it just like kind of like burns up air or speed of it, just like kind of make a wave a little bit. Yeah. And most of it is just based on just using my brushes from clips, so it's helping out a lot. Yeah. Uh, kill. Out of curiosity, how much of optimization is in here? Pretty much. I think I'm utilizing this pretty well. Yeah, there's one tiny thing that turns white over here. White means like the danger zone, but it's not that obvious or big enough. I don't think that would cause anything bad. Don't mind the sky. It's just unreal. And then show frame rates. So just blast over here. Hey, as long as I don't go overkill, I like it artsy, but as long as I don't go overkill like Elden Ring, I think we should be fine. I'm just curious to think since would it set in direction when it blasts? Just have the enter emitter spawn here, and then there's the infinite spawn rate. Oh, we keep that. We disable it. So this is spawn time count. No. It's color mode direct set. And set. Because it's already been taken over. Scalability. Oh, I see. I'm just guessing that I guess Unreal made a safety net that in case if you want to go all out with the graphics, they have like certain settings that you can set scalability to, where it causes the thing to chill or not in terms of graphic settings. Well, it's very hard to tell unless you have an like probably RTX 4090 or the latest GPU like 5080 or something like that. Then you can't really test to see how epic you can go, so that's impossible for me. So okay, that's something I do. Scalability, cast shadows, centers on you, sort order hints. I need to learn RTX things. Yeah, I do know that there's like a tier number for each generation, like 30 series, 40 series, and 50 series, and the extra set of numbers with the 60, 70, 80, 90. A lot of people hate 50 because it's like basically bare bones shit, and then 60 is basically okay, good enough for just playing video games. But to be honest, I ended up getting 60 because of the VRAM was 12 gigs, so I didn't need that. And plus, there's a lot of market share for people who have a lot with RTX 3060s. So, on average, a lot of people will be using that GPU to play video games. I could be wrong though, but that's what I found according to like some kind of benchmark. So I'm not really sure for that because people are still out there just buying GPUs left and right, but a lot of people are just like saving money though. There are some people out there still holding for GTX stuff, which is basically 1080 before ray tracing. And 1080 performs well as a RTX 3060, but without ray tracing support. I'm not no computer expert. So I'm an enthusiast, but just enough just to know, so get an idea how games would perform in certain areas. But I just need to know enough just to know. And also, when you're ever running the no expert, yeah, sure. I'm just the enthusiast. You smartest. Okay. Let's say I have time to research sometimes if it feels that it's important to me. I mean, I started researching about computers in 2022, though. If you asked me when I was like 15 or 16-year old, I'll highly doubt that know that much about computers, other than the basics. But I had to know about computers a bit more no since 2022 because I was thinking about what I was gonna do long term after I graduate, and I needed to know why computers work when it comes to games. So then I ended up digging in a hole where I learned about SSDs and HDDs and CPUs and GPUs, what's the difference between and stuff like that, and what to look out, and then I also did ask advice for that too. Then it ended up led me to be much more thinking about PC gaming than. I mean, I did had a laptop for in 2015, but I was more of a console person than playing on PC games. But I would say since 2022, it led me to more play more PC games than consoles. I think I set the position or something. So what are we doing? Set. He wants to get a better PC. I'm going to game all the way. I need the mods. Yeah. I mean, there was a couple times I did use mods, but it was only for Minecraft. But I'm not a full gamer modder. I like to most of the time I play the game as it is, vanilla style. But if it's Minecraft Java, then I'm highly encouraged to mod the game. when it comes to Minecraft. But the rest of the game, I just leave it native. Except for the one time where when I ripped my hard copy of Tekken 5 for PS2 to emulate, I did wanted to play Jinpachi Mishima, but the character was not designed to play as a boss character in that game. So I looked it up and found there was mods to modify the game of that ROM PS2 version, and then I switched to random mode to Jinpachi, and I was able to play as Jinpachi and stuff. So that's the only time if I want to play a boss character so bad. But I'm sure if you get PC Skyrim, there's plenty of mods for that. I guess we'll find out soon how it would aim when you do the velocity thing. But I only know once I start assembling it. Okay, so now how's this thing spawning? Because I did blurs, burst. Okay, so how's this spawning first off? I need to see what it looks like. Is this thing even spawning? Oh, infinite. The debugger. Oh, okay. Now we see it. It's like a fountain over there. I could be overdoing it a little bit if I do theoretically wanted something like this in place of certain textures. I could save that for like when the thing lasts. I should look at fireworks. No. Before I continue this, I need to look at fireworks for references. We'll just turn that off for now, and we'll set this to once because it's technically supposed to be once. I'm gonna look at fireworks. I'm just gonna watch some fireworks. I know we have some in the 4th of July, but I just gotta find some fireworks. Fireworks. Fireworks, no. Commentary. Meditation. Okay, no. I just need to see some. So what I'm looking for, that's just the explosion part. So what I'm looking for is when it goes up, up, up. Maybe I have better chances when Google images. I'll have to figure this out. here. Finish off. Oh, that's something I need to see. As General Grievous once says, another fine addition to my collection. Now keep this in advance. Just hit save. So now we can zoom this all we want. So if the pulse is going to be over here, does it really need particles just to flare out? Probably when probably the separate part of itself of the VFX can have the particles there, but not the pulse separate itself. Because I don't think when the thing pulses, it's not going to shoot out sparks, unless it's a Doctor Strange thing. Because if a Doctor Strange would have, like, you know, a circular thing going on, but I'm not pulling off that one. Because it already has, like, some kind of, like, wave to it, so... I'm going to look at Dragon Ball Z real quick. And I need a real image to see how it would go. I mean, that's for aura thing. I'm not going to go full on emissive too much. There's someone like a sample they did over here. I mean, those are just environment rocks, so that doesn't count. And I'm gonna see every 3D reference too. Let me just take a look around here. Oh, this is all in Blender, so that's fine. I just need to see something. Okay, so maybe that's something that could happen at the end. I just need to see how it plays out. That goes way too quick. Okay, I think I figured out some things. So, to be honest, I don't think we would need that. So, we'll create a separate negative particle where it does have some sort of stuff like that, but I think when the pulse hits like this... Oh, well, it's gone. I gotta put it back to infinite. I mean, the only thing I could say is that I could have a more of a ring pop up there. I mean, that looks like the blast explosion here. But then I could always have a ring effect going on, too. I mean, that's internally when it expands. Ribbon shapes. What is ribbon shapes? Oh god, what is this? Let me figure that out. Hmm. Turns. Here's my thing. When it does happen. Okay, so that's where the thing is here. Oh, I see. Okay. So when it does happen over here, it has to look like an energy is sucking over here. And then when it released, that's when it can happen. You know what? Tell you what, for now, I think I'll leave it as it is. I won't precisely know what else to add in this pulse until I assemble the pieces together. And I can just call it for this one for now. And then whenever I get back here, I think I'll focus on the fireball, then the absorption of that power separate too. So 3 or 4 different effects for that too. And then I'll have to figure out how to put them together and try to treat it like an animation, which I'll figure out another time. But I think we made some good progress as a start here for the pulse. And then I'll just focus on the blast of itself another time. Because I can see this as much more like a piece to another piece. Got a lot of done today. Really? Interesting. But there's some stuff that I was actually reused in the past. Like this one over here, I did use some of the code from a different project when I did it as a student, but the other things over here that I did slightly change. So, and this was an easier way to set up the world position and world align a little bit if I wanted to distort the thing a little bit. But don't mind that; it's just a thing. Just a thing. But yeah, I'm glad you see that I'm making a lot of progress. So I'll take it as a win. And it's much more that the Clip Studio paintbrushes did make things a bit more faster, because otherwise we would have more math and code instead of just images guiding it. Because Unreal Engine can also distort images too, but I just rasterize it first. You know. But before I log off and that, I think I do want to make a record for this and like documentation progress for that. And then what time? Okay. When do I wonder. When do I need to post my social media stuff? Unless that's tomorrow. I think that's tomorrow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'll have to do that too. I'm trying to see if I can post every weekly. Alright. So other than that, I think I'm gonna do some screenshots and we'll just go from there. And I'll take a picture of the bottom over here. Because I don't know if I'm going to reuse some of these images for whenever I make a documentation video out of this. So I'm just collecting assets as we go. And then, oh, yep. Okay. And then, let's see. I gotta find the record cam for that. Screen record. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Oh, I had the music playing, but never. Okay, whatever. No worries. Yeah, I always have the music on so as people of like idle or something because sometimes I don't always talk and then have something playing in the background. But that's fine. No worries. It's not a big deal. Alrighty, I did my little record thing. Here. So yeah, this was 2 minutes. And then I can trim and cut that. And this will all be in a little shorts format, so. Alrighty, I think this is all good here. Shows an example. Control C. B. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I also had to bundle this with this and that. Well, I'll figure something out to keep in edits. That'll be tomorrow morning. Okay. But the good news before I leave is that I did some debugging fixes with the when you aim an attack. So now when you do hold in the middle of it, if you decide to let go and quickly hold back again during an animation, then oh, okay, so it doesn't work all the time, but usually it does. And it'll just immediately take you over here. So so you don't have to pause anymore when you're in the middle of it. And then if you want to fire, okay, sometimes every once in a while this will appear. Okay, so that's a little debugging that I gotta do now. Okay. Well, the point is, it does work a little bit, so we're getting there. It's just when the VFX turns on, that turns off. A bit tricky. If someone can easily just do that. Like double tap now. Hands on fire. So fireball effect, enable, disable. Someone gets over here. Oh, it's a toggle of visibility. That means I'll have to put another branch statement here. File. Save. Okay, that still enables. Ah, still does it. So what's happening over here? So we activate your set, toggle. So this already underlines it. So problem is that it, when it disables it, it just toggles the visibility again. I'm wondering, instead of toggle visibility, is it visibility enable being made? Let's find it out. Is visible. Maybe. Scene capture only, toggle. Get invisible. Okay, that's kind of working. Okay, so that's fine. So set invisibility is right there. And toggle visibility, activate reset. Like, the only issue is that it can interfere, but when the player starts spamming. Is there a way I can tell the trigger only used once? Trigger when paused. What does that do? I'm gonna spam it, see what happens. Okay, it does clear up a bit things, too. Let's see if I can try to break it again. Okay, I think that's done for now. So have that trigger when paused. This action should be able to trigger while the game is paused. Oh. So that does nothing. Okay, so when it's released, action press. What if I put the threshold to 1 second? I'm just curious now, so I'm gonna alt this, alt that, file, save. And if this delays this, let's say, I'm gonna say for example, no, 3 seconds. Interesting. Actual threshold 1. Okay, so you still need it. Or I could just have it disabled completely. Yeah. That's probably better. It does punish people who do it. Let's give me an idea. See this over here, so remove it input only triggers over here. So when that happens, yeah, you can't punch or anything until that's released. So allowed input RM. So if so if this plays and if it does bypass this, then main issue is this. So these two. The animation is finished. So player resets. Okay. Getting some ideas. So, if the player's not moving when this happens, then the animation should reset player movement. So the animation is not. But how does it detect if it's not moving? But then it will just hit it to, oh, and it was just on that, but reset that, so that's not going to work. Attack looping. Oh, that'll be hard to put that through in here if it's on that state. So, so RM is able. RM is enabled, then it should reset player movement. Okay, let's try that. I do have the thing here somewhere. Slip this in. And if that's true, zoom in, zoom out, control camera thing. That's not true. It should just reset player movement. Alright. Let's try it that way. Oh, wait. Okay. I fixed something. I think so. Oh, almost. The good thing is that if you decided to yeah, you could still move after that. Okay. Or just have it not do anything. Yes, it's spammable, almost. It's spammable. It's funny is that when you're trying to debug stuff, you're praying it to somehow it breaks, but you're relieved it's not breaking. So rarely it does that. I won't mind just have it if the animation ends like that. That just tells the person to say, hey, you did it too much a little bit there. But it's fine. That's fine. I'll allow that. Alright. Yep, okay, okay. And if you press it in the middle of it, it doesn't pause the thing, because there's no input to trigger it. And we do not need this bullshitty thing that I made. So no more of that. So that's fine. It'll be less delay inputs, but that's good. And then we can just drag this over here. What's over in here? File, and then save, and then just to make sure. Okay, you can still interfere with this. I love how you do the twirl. Oh, do the twirl again. Ooh, okay. Do the twirl. Good. Do the twirl. Love how the fire just do the twirl. So you can stop in the middle. Cool. Alright. I was expecting to actually finally fix a bug, but okay. Alright, now I'll actually try to get off now. Because it's been way over an hour. And then I'll snip this and we'll be done. Okay. Would you like to apply the... Yeah, apply. Yes, apply. Okay. Alright. I think we're... Alrighty, I think we're... Yeah, we'll just close it out and close that. Okay, yep, we're done. So, I'm gonna chill out now, so give my brain a rest and just wake up early in the morning to do the video editing.
So I'm heading out. So peace.